you session meeting. Our meetings are public and you're welcome to join us in person or by watching from the Council's agenda page, Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight during our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We, of course, welcome your feedback anytime by mail to P.O. Box 145-476, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84114-5476, by email at council.comments@slcgov.com, or via our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. Comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. And we'll now begin our work session. Is Andrew Johnston online by any chance? Okay. Hi, Councilmember Pui. Andrew had an important meeting that we weren't sure if he would be done with next week. We'll ask him our questions, but we'll skip the informational update from the administration for today. And instead, we will move on to item number 2, which is the Capital City Revitalization Zone Participation Agreement, project area, and citywide 0.5% sales tax and use tax follow-up. Katie Lewis, our city attorney, will join us at the table. And Katie, I will let you kick us off with the discussion.
Hello, council members. I'm Katie Lewis, the Salt Lake City Attorney, and I am here to provide you with a follow-up briefing on the participation agreement and project area, which the council endorsed on July 9th. As a reminder, this is a process set forth under Utah law, Senate Bill 272, which creates a process for an applicant to submit an application to Salt Lake City for the negotiation of a participation agreement and the creation of a project area related to a sports, entertainment, and culture and convention district in downtown Salt Lake. The project area must be centered around a sports arena, and the applicant must be the owner of one or more professional sports franchises. In this case, Salt Lake City received an application from Smith Entertainment Group, which is the owner of the Utah Jazz and the Utah Hockey Club. And Salt Lake City spent the spring and early summer negotiating a participation agreement with Smith Group, which you were briefed on in July and voted to endorse on July 9th. Under Utah law, once the council votes to endorse the project area and participation agreement, notice is provided to the Revitalization Zone Committee. That occurred on August 30th, and the committee, in a public meeting, voted to approve the participation agreement and the project area on September 17th. Under Utah law, this is like a game of pickleball back and forth. So the committee then sent notice back to Salt Lake City of its approval of the participation agreement and the project area with no suggested changes. That notice was received by Salt Lake City on September 26th. And so before you today is a discussion and consideration of the final participation agreement, final project area, and Utah law also requires a vote on designating Smith Entertainment Group as the project participant. That's the first step. Then, if the council votes on those 3 items, Utah law then says that the council can vote to impose a 0.5 sales tax citywide to fund the infrastructure and other items listed in the participation agreement over the course of 30 years. so that's the general process. Does anyone have any questions about that? Okay, great.
Madam Chair,
Councilmember Pui?
not a question, but just I think it will be important for the public if it's some of them are listening that not all items are taxed are included on that sales tax increase.
That's a great point, Councilmember Pui, and specifically groceries are not included in that sales tax.
Councilmember Wharton?
I don't want to interrupt your presentation, but I have a question about the payment if a team were to locate. So are you going to address that later, or is now a good time for me to ask that question?
You're welcome to ask it now.
Okay, because I think that also hasn't been as much in the public discussion. So if you could just remind all of us, what does the agreement say about if the team owner, in this case SEG, wants to take the team out of the city, either team?
Thank you for that question. So as the council discussed in previous briefings, it was a very important policy objective for Salt Lake City to keep both professional sports teams in downtown Salt Lake City and ensure that that commitment was for the term of the agreement. So built into the participation agreement are if Smith Entertainment Group decides to move either professional sports team to a different location other than the Delta Center. Those remedies include injunctive relief, so going to a court asking them to not move, or liquidated damages in an agreed upon amount, which if both teams leave, that's $250 million. If one team leaves, it's 50% of that amount, and that number decreases after the first 15 years.
So 14 years, they want to move one team, that would be 125 million?
That's correct, and then
okay.
after that, it decreases by about 16 million.
And then at that point, let's say that both teams relocated and it was year 16. So it's a decreased amount that they're paying, but they're going to pay us that money back. Could the city council at that point repeal the tax?
Another remedy that is included if both teams leave is that Smith Entertainment Group is also responsible to repay the bonds.
Right. But
If one team leaves, then that remedy is not triggered, which means that the tax would be dedicated most likely to bond repayment, and repealing the tax would not be allowed because it's been dedicated for that debt.
oh, okay. So once the bond issues, the tax is encumbered. But if the city could, okay. What if it was enough to pay back the bond, or the city had enough to pay back the bond? Then could they repeal the tax as long as it's...
It's hard to look into a crystal ball of what the city's finances would be in 16 or 20 years from now. But if there was an agreement with Smith Entertainment Group, or if the city had the revenues to retire that debt, then the city could repeal the sales tax theoretically.
Okay, yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Council?
I have one more question. Thank you for relaying that information. Has the participation agreement, has the map of the district changed? Have the boundaries changed at all since we received it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In your transmittal, there are a couple other changes that Smith Entertainment Group sent to us because part of this process is the participation agreement had to be reviewed by both of the league's attorneys, so the NHL and the NBA. I've listed those changes in your transmittal. I have reviewed them, and they are changes that don't modify any of the substantive terms that Salt Lake City negotiated and believed were the most important.
Council, any additional questions, concerns?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Pui.
may I ask, and Katie, thank you for all the work, and this wasn't easy, and I know that many of the our neighbors don't know how all this process and how much work has been for your team and for the city in general. And may I ask something that is very subjective, but to your best, if you feel comfortable answering this question, in your experience and your research about deals like this for sports districts or sports arenas or stadiums, how could you summarize this deal in comparison with the ones that you have seen across the nation? I know this is a convoluted question, but I felt like this is an important piece that many of my neighbors are wondering. So I don't know if you feel comfortable answering that.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. And I want to give a lot of credit to my colleague, Allison Parks. She and I, in about 45 to 60 days, became experts on sports incentive deals and participation agreements nationwide. What I will say about this agreement is it's unique in that Smith Entertainment Group is committing to 2 teams in the downtown and also committing to revitalizing and building out 3 blocks in the downtown in exchange for the public investment. Many of the public investments that we saw nationwide were only for a sports arena, sometimes only for 1 team. So this commitment is unique in that it is changing 3 to 4 city blocks in Salt Lake City as part of the public investment. Another point that I would make on our research is the commitment to the public benefits that we negotiated based on Salt Lake City's priorities are in line with what we see other cities and counties negotiating, and they are significant commitments over the course of the 30 years. And so while it is an enormous public investment, Salt Lake City is receiving public benefits and a changed downtown around the Delta Center in exchange.
Thank you. Council?
Madam Chair, I just had a logistical kind
Okay.
of update. Similar to how the council considers when you adopt the annual budget. The annual budget has several ordinances, distinct legal ordinances that are part of it. This action is actually 2 separate legislative actions. One is a resolution and one is an ordinance. But because obviously they're very interrelated, we, in consulting with the chair and vice chair, thought about the council having the moment to speak to the motion in one setting. So you'll see one motion sheet across the hall, but it will have reference to 2 distinctive legal actions on that motion sheet. So just didn't want you to be surprised about that logistical step.
Thank you. This is not a legal opinion, but I think it's important to point out. Nothing has been taken for granted in this deal. The analysis, evaluation, research, comparison, consultation has been thorough. It's been led by the smartest people I know, Katie Lewis being one of them, Jen Bruno being another, Rachel Otto in the mayor's office being another. This is something that is intensely difficult, and I think that should not be understated, and we should hear the public when they cry out with that. This is difficult and large, but difficulty and size should not be conflated with the rightness or the wrongness of this. Our city is capable of hard things, of big things, And this moment in history, I would say, even demands it of us. So as we attempt to do something that is difficult, that is large, that is unlike anything that we've done before, that will comprehend the beauty that has already existed there in the form of UMOCA and the symphony, and welcome in a new energy with a new sports franchise. There has been no seduction by the glitz or the glamour of that, or by hypothetical situations. This analysis has been based in rational, difficult discussion, at times fighting. I know I still owe apologies for some of the moments where I lost my hat in this. But I do want that to be on the public record. And I do want the deep esteem that I have for all of those of you who led out on this, with both your time, energy, but then also adding on your intellect and insight. This is one of the hardest things I'll do as an elected official, but I feel confident taking this step because of the work that you've done, knowing even into the ecosystem into which this is. So I want to make sure that's on the public record, and welcome in good faith examination. Councilwoman Lopez Chavez.
Thank you, Chair. Katie, I've had a lot of constituents ask in regards to this map, and specifically in page, it looks like section A2, it states to include arena redevelopment property in those portions of the 2 blocks to the east owned by Salt Lake County and leased to SEG. Would you mind describing, that way the public can hear better, how the map is depicted, what the actual area plan is in those 100 acres, as well as what does it mean for the 3 parcels to be leased to SEG? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. The state law allows the designation of up to 100 acres as a project area. So if you look at the first exhibit in the participation agreement, you will see a bigger map which extends further to the west of the Delta Center and captures more than those blocks that Councilmember Lopez Chavez just noted. That is different than the parcels that SEG has designated as where they will utilize the sales tax that they receive from Salt Lake City. Those 3 blocks that Councilmember Lopez Chavez indicated are the Delta Center and 2 blocks directly east of that, which Smith Entertainment Group has indicated they are negotiating a lease with Salt Lake County for that property, and that is where the bulk of the sports, entertainment, culture, and convention district will be built. So it's a difference between the 100 acres and the 3 blocks where they intend to spend the revitalization zone tax that's committed through the participation agreement.
And Katie, is it just to put a finer point on clarifying, as the applicant, SEG is the party responsible for proposing the
Correct.
boundaries and both
Correct.
boundaries?
Absolutely correct. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Katie. And just to follow up, and this will be my final comment, I think the confusion that some constituents might be digesting right now is understanding what organizations or what architectural, what architectural, I guess, specimens that are within these parcels, if they're included in that lease or not. Mm-hmm. But just to reiterate your point, if this is correct, that that is negotiated with the county, and so anything listed here, it's just redundant language that we're waiting for the county agreement.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wharton?
Just a sort of a question related to land ownership. As part of this deal, or this participation agreement, the county, there's nothing in there that any land would be sold to SEG. Is that right? Like the land that is currently owned by Salt Lake City under the Delta Center and the land that is owned by the county under the Convention Center, that would remain, those owners would remain.
That's correct. SEG, it's an entity related to SEG, currently leases the Delta Center property from the redevelopment agency, and that is publicly owned property that's subject to a long-term lease for the Jazz. SEG is seeking a similar long-term lease for the publicly owned property owned by the county on those blocks to the east, and is also seeking a revised lease with the redevelopment agency for the Delta Center to include both the Jazz and hockey. But they are both leases, not sale.
Okay, and related to that, if the council were to choose not to do the final approval for the participation agreement and chose not to do the tax, there's nothing that our existing contract with that entity of SEG's, there would be nothing that would require them to remain in the Delta Center. Is that correct?
That's correct. So our participation agreement that we've negotiated includes a home game covenant, which is what we talked about earlier. The current lease for the Delta Center does not include such a home game covenant, which means that SEG or the Jazz entity could choose to move both the Jazz and, of course, hockey to a different location.
Okay. And so, okay, yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lopez Chavez? Oh, clarified. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Pui.
I'm sorry, I think that this is obviously an important moment for the public to know. And I have one more question, but maybe there is a follow-up, and I apologize, Katie, in advance for some of this. Can you share with us and the public how much work, if you can quantify it, your team, in your opinion, the city departments that were asked at any given time for specific parts of and consequences and understanding this contract and this agreement, different departments, mayor's office, council's office staff, and elected officials. Can you quantify and share with us and the public how much effort and work all of these pieces, including the research you did, talking to other cities that have gone through similar process? Can you share with us this piece?
Can I include sleepless nights? I'm kidding.
Yes, you may.
One of the great joys of being in-house counsel is that we, the lawyers, get to do high-level and really complex negotiations that follow what the city's policies are. And since SB 272 was enacted and we had this very short time lane to negotiate this deal, it has been one of the sole focuses of multiple members of my office, multiple members of the mayor's leadership team, and then, of course, multiple other department directors and their staffs, and, of course, the council staff. It is a highly complex and sophisticated and unique transaction that has taken hours upon hours of work to negotiate, and a lot of expertise and commitment from the entire city to get to where we are today. Not to mention the time spent with our partners at the county and time spent with SEG and other members in the community.
Councilwoman Lopez Chavez.
Katie, thank you for your answer. What's our responsibility going forward after tonight's actions?
If the council adopts the resolution off the participation agreement, the project area, and designating SEG as the project participant, then that will authorize the mayor to execute the participation agreement, and also Smith Entertainment Group will sign the participation agreement. If the sales tax ordinance is adopted tonight, that sets forward a process of notification to the tax commission for the ultimate collection of the tax starting on January 1st. That doesn't change or end the relationship and the negotiations with Smith Entertainment Group. We are still in conversation with them about the revised Delta Center lease. There are many long-term relationship items in the participation agreement, and we are also negotiating a development agreement which will include design guidelines for the Sports, Entertainment, Culture, and Convention District. So this is the beginning step in a 30-year relationship on the development of these 3 city blocks and the commitment for the 2 sports teams to remain in downtown Salt Lake.
Katie, to piggyback on that, our constituents can expect to give feedback on this at a few other points in the process. Could you remind us what those are?
The development agreement will come before you. I need to think about the process on the Delta Center lease. It may come before you as the RDA board. Jen, what else am I missing?
I was going to suggest maybe some of the budget actions. So
Thank you for that.
as the council, as the city receives the ticket fee, the public benefit ticket fee, the council will deliberate how to spend those dollars. And we haven't necessarily explicitly discussed it, but they would tend to follow the Fiscal Procedures Act, which requires a public hearing. So we'll have to build that into the budget process. And then potentially maybe even the sales tax, as that comes in and is distributed, would have to be factored into the city's budget process somehow, which those also have public hearing requirements.
And
Thank
then,
you
of
for that.
course, design review for anything over 200 feet at the Planning Commission.
Yes, thank you.
So this is not the last opportunity, and our constituents are not completely giving up feedback at this moment. All right, thank Councilwoman Lopez Chavez. Oh, okay. Councilmember Wharton, did you have anything? Councilmember Pui?
Yeah, Madam Chair, one quick question. The agreement, the participation agreement that the city was able to, as required by state law, was able to negotiate with SEG, outlines community benefits for Salt Lake City in exchange for this funding. And you summarized and explained to us that in many cities across the nation, the benefit usually has been related to the arena or the stadium. And in this case, we are getting something else, which is not only one stadium that may fit both teams, but solving other problems that we have been trying to solve for the last 40 years. Issues related to the Salt Palace, issues related to Japantown and how our city and our county treated this community, and the connectivity issues between and activation issues in that area. But can you quickly summarize some of the other benefits that Salt Lake City that you were able and the team in Salt Lake was able to negotiate? What some of the top lines? And again, it is a hard. When I listen to many of my constituents, they ask, "Why are you giving money to a billionaire for nothing in exchange, for a whim, for just something that doesn't benefit me?" And I want to highlight that. What are those benefits? But then ultimately, I have a thought to at the end. Yeah.
Absolutely. High level, the public benefits that we negotiated included a series of what I would characterize as community and job creation benefits, including apprenticeships, visits and programs for youth sports, our elementary schools and other youth programming, and then both college and high school job opportunities. Another public benefit is the commitment by SEG to build gathering spaces in the Sports, Entertainment, and Culture and Convention District that can be utilized not only by the public, but also for various events. And there are specific days that will be reserved by community entities for use of those spaces. In addition, Councilmember Pui, as you mentioned, there is a commitment to Japantown and rebuilding that area and committing to the history that was long-lasting in that area. There's also a commitment to public art, a commitment to utilize the ticket fee for family-sized and affordable housing, and a commitment to build a police department substation in that area to focus on public safety and continuing to have that be an accessible and family-friendly area for everybody who visits those games in that district. That, I confess I didn't bring that list with me to sit here, so that is my memorization of it. There may be others, but those are the top lines.
Thank you.
And, public art and one of those included. And just to finish, the thought, thank you for that. This, that negotiation from where I sit seemed to have been hard at moments, complicated, and not easy. And I remember seeing your team, the mayor's team, the council's team, working through all of this nonstop to try to find the best deal possible for our residents. But ultimately, something that is important to me to highlight, which is hard to quantify, but a death to downtown means less sales taxes gathered in Salt Lake City, less activation, less jobs. Many cities across the nation are seeing this, and it will struggle. The struggle of making that up is huge, and it's almost many cities call it like a death spiral that kills everything around it. And the hopes that this agreement brings some additional life to downtown, plus the community benefits that you have outlined. So in any case, I know that not that many people are probably listening to this, but I want to make sure that the few that probably are understand that your team, the city, worked so hard to find this agreement, to find the community benefits for everybody, and that we're thinking very carefully about these decisions. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Wharton?
Sorry. When things come up that I'm like, okay, now I want to ask about this. You mentioned the gathering spaces, and there's some trauma in some communities in Salt Lake City about that. And this, in those instances, it was an actual land purchase, whereas this is a lease. But can you talk about what the agreement includes to make sure that all Salt Lake City residents are welcome, and that there won't be any groups that will be targeted to be excluded in any way from this from these gathering spaces? Can you talk about that?
Yes, one item, as you mentioned, Councilmember Wharton, that was very important to the city was ensuring that the gathering spaces, whether publicly or privately owned, were inclusive to everyone. And Smith Entertainment Group agreed that any rules or regulations adopted related to those gathering spaces would include non-discrimination and open and inclusive statements that are as broad as possible.
Great, thank you.
All right, council. So I think we just rehashed about 6 months worth of work here in these questions. Each of these questions took in and of themselves multiple hours, meetings, emails. So thank you. We feel confident that we have as many bases covered as you can. We are now the standard setter for this sort of agreement, so thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, with that, council, we will move on to item number 3, which is the Salt Lake International Center maximum fence height zoning text amendment. Nick Tarbett, doesn't he have a policy, doesn't he have a title change? So he's council deputy director, isn't he? Yeah, you're no longer just a policy analyst, sir. We're going to call you by your full title. And Diana Martinez, senior planner, joining us. And I'm sorry, I don't, your colleagues.
Sorry, my manager's out today, so it's Casey Stewart, who is also a manager. Thank you.
Perfect. So we'll turn the time over to you all.
And usually staff gives a short intro, but we did not do a staff report on this one because it came through pretty quickly. So Diane, I'll just turn the time over to you.
Thank you. And thank you for hearing this so soon. It just went to the Planning Commission last week, so. This is a zoning text amendment for a front yard fence in the M1 zone in the Salt Lake City International Center. Next slide, please. This is a private application that has initiated this application, this amendment. It is not a city-initiated amendment, so therefore that's why it's focused primarily on the Salt Lake City International Center. The applicant is requesting an amendment to allow a maximum height fence of 6 feet in the front yard setback, which we call between the front property line and the primary facade of the principal structure. This is for the M1 or light manufacturing zoning district within the Salt Lake City International Center only. Next slide, please. We also, our staff also put in an additional part of the zoning text amendment that we would define the Salt Lake City International Center because our code does not define that at this point. So this is in blue. This is how we will define those boundaries. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this did go to the Planning Commission last Wednesday. They did vote 5-1 to send a favorable approval for this text amendment to you. And we do hope that you would follow that approval to approve this text amendment. Next slide. This is what it'll look like. So right now it's 21A 40.120.E.1.B that we are looking to amend. It would really be number 4 that would be changed to include M1 zoned properties in the Salt Lake City International Center. Sorry, my slide is wrong. Next slide. And then chapter 21A.62 definitions would add the definition of the Salt Lake City International Center by boundaries. Any questions? The applicant is not here, but his coworker is, Robert Pignon, if you have any questions from him.
Council? Councilwoman Young?
So I don't want to make an assumption here, so it would just be helpful for clarity. So is this related to a safety issue? Like, I'm just trying to identify the root cause of what we're trying to address.
It is. So the applicant is asking for this, and I'll let you speak to him about it, but the applicant is asking for this because they are he's representing Delta Airlines. Delta Airlines is putting in a training facility, and they do want the additional height for security purposes. As staff on this project, I did send to the police department to get a review comments on it. And they did say that, criminal activity out there is quite high. And for this purpose, it would be beneficial to have a higher fence.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to reply, sir?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that the facility is used 20 hours a day. And so there is an opportunity for those coming for training to arrive very, very early when it's dark into the night hours. So it is a 24/7 facility for the training of pilots and flight attendants. And so it is a security concern that the parking lots be secured with a 6-foot fence.
Madam Chair, excuse me, could I just get you to say your name for the record, please?
Robert Pignon with MHTN Architects.
Thank you. That addresses my question. I appreciate needs related to safety, especially when it's not light outside and you have individuals coming in and out.
Yes.
So that helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, anything else? All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
With that, we will move on to item number 4. a zoning map amendment at approximately 754 South State Street. Brian Fulmer, Council Policy Analyst, and Amanda Roman, our Senior Planner, will join us at the table. And I see Kelsey's here too. Maybe we'll get some Kelsey in our life. All right, and I'll turn the time over to you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the August 27th, 2024 follow-up briefing on this item, the council voted on a series of straw polls for a development agreement for the proposed hospital. Since that date, the development agreement was drafted and then reviewed by the Planning Commission at its September 25th meeting. The commission voted unanimously to forward a positive recommendation to the council on the development agreement. And I'll turn it over to Amanda.
Thank you. You can start with the next slide, please. All right, I'll just go over the project background very quickly. So the proposal is to rezone 9 parcels at approximately 754 South State Street from D2, which is our downtown support district, to D1, our central business district. Excuse me, it's 10 parcels at 9 acres, opposite. If the amendments are approved, the property owner intends to build a hospital on this site. The development agreement was reviewed by Planning Commission, forwarded with a positive recommendation with some conditions. The development agreement, the primary concerns were related to the ground floor activation, and then it went to the Planning Commission because they were required to make a recommendation because the DA would allow for standards that are less than what is adopted in the D1 zoning district. Next slide, please. In March 2023, Planning Commission made a recommendation, positive recommendation to adopt the zoning map and the proposed text amendment, which is a different item for today, but the recommendation just changed the proposed uses from permitted to conditional. And then last week, they also made a recommendation to adopt the development agreement with conditions. Next slide, please. And then this is a slide from Intermountain with the proposed active ground floor uses for each street frontage shown. They're proposing 79% along State, 70% along Main Street, and then 50% along 700 South and 60% along 800 South. Some of the proposed uses are listed on their slide. Some of the proposed uses are not considered active uses under our definition, but they are included within the development agreement as part of the proposal. Next slide, please. And then I'll just touch on what's in the development agreement, and then I underlined the requested conditions from the Planning Commission. So as long as the property is used as a hospital, the active ground floor uses shall not total less than what was shown on the previous slide. The developer has agreed to provide at least 1 acre of landscaped open area within the center of the block. The Planning Commission recommended adding a condition that states that no less than 33% of the open space area shall be shaded by trees at maturation. And then that's on top of having 33% of that open space area be landscaped. The third part of the first section is referencing the proposed food truck park. And then we added a part of the development agreement that says that the hospital is not subject to the maximum street-facing facade regulations in 21A37. The D1 zone has a maximum building length of 200 feet. And then there is a proposed text amendment to our design review chapter that you'll be hearing shortly that also makes modifications to ground floor building length. So we wanted to make sure that was exempt. Next slide, please. And then continuing the first section of the development agreement, we specified that the driveways be included, and this is because if they're not specified in the development agreement, the applicant would have to apply for a plan development to modify our driveway standards because they're too wide. And then the Planning Commission recommends adding a condition for a sidewalk that runs parallel to the emergency access lanes to the ER, just to allow pedestrians to walk into that space, which will be on the interior of the block. And then they also requested a condition that the active uses on the ground floor include transparent glass and they aren't blocked by signage or like display cases. Next slide, please. The second part of the agreement, there are no changes being proposed. It just states that if the property is not used as a hospital, then the zoning will revert back to the normal D1. Next slide, please. The third section has the agreement for pedestrian access to 3 of the street frontages, State Street, 700 South, and Main Street. So there'll be 3 mid-block walkway connections. Next slide, please. And then finally, all active ground floor uses need to have direct access to a sidewalk or mid-block walkway through doors that are open during regular business hours. Next slide. Next slide, please. And then the Planning Commission recommended adopting the development agreement with the conditions that were shown. Please let me know if you have questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council. Can I ask about the okay, so the things that were underlined was not the things that were negotiated. They were added as recommendations by the
Correct.
Planning Commission, and we are unsure of any buy-in from the applicant towards complying to those or not, correct?
The applicant was in the meeting last week, and they agreed to the conditions, but we can continue to discuss
Can
them.
I ask about the transparent glass? I can imagine if one of the activations, which has been frequently requested by the neighborhood, which is childcare, I don't know that I want transparent glass if my kid is there, but I understand the concept of like if it's a coffee house, wanting people to be able to see what's going in there, and to not walk by a gigantic cinder block wall that is completely uninviting. So if like the heat is the issue, I'd rather see something that says non-reflective glass or something like that. But I worry that some of the activations we offered as activations are not, they don't comport well with requiring transparent glass. Am I alone in that concern? Councilwoman Lopez Chavez?
Sure, thank you. I wonder if there's language that can include, I've seen, even we have some sort of almost like a patella lining to the window glass. If there's language that would give the clients, IHC, the ability to decide what's appropriate.
And I don't want gigantic brick walls. Like I get that.
Certainly.
Yeah.
We don't want to over-regulate what they can do and construct, but we also want to find, I think, that median of, we want to activate and certainly show the activation in this area and the movement and of what's happening in the hospital services, but we also don't want, clients exposed, quite frankly, whether that's a child or an elderly person.
I mean, I feel like in some of the art therapy sessions, like that could be a HIPAA violation, us letting people see who is participating in a therapy session or not.
Yeah, I can speak to that a bit. So we do have design standards that won't allow reflective glass, and those are in the D1 zone in code. So that's just a base requirement. And then the D1 zone also has transparency requirements. But I think with the conversation with the Planning Commission, they just wanted to make sure, specifically the coffee shops and the real community uses, that's what this transparency is meant to enable. And because some of the uses in the development agreement aren't considered active uses as we define them, then it would be reasonable to change the language to better fit that.
I'm fine with, I definitely don't want reflective. I don't want anything that creates heat while people are walking. I get that, but yeah, that's the only thing that causes me unease. Council, I see Councilmember Wharton and Councilwoman Young's lights are on.
Me too.
So, sorry, could you just clarify what was the response from the applicant about the suggested changes from Planning Commission?
It's my understanding that they're comfortable with it, but I'll let them confirm.
I think that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff as well as the applicant and the Planning Commission in terms of pulling this together as quickly as possible. I know it was a lift and it was kind of a last minute component. I will say that I do think that having these types of agreements in writing, as opposed to a rendering that gives everyone those warm and fuzzy feelings, but may not be the final outcome, I do think is a best practice. And just appreciate the efforts that went in on all sides to be able to make that a reality. This is what I was hoping for as a city council member, and thank you.
Councilmember Pui, your box is small. Do you have anything to say?
My box is small, but I'm here. No, thank you. I sad that I lost the slides. Through this process, not only I learned about the power of development agreements with applicants, but also the power of community input, and how the community can actually make a big difference with their voice about what they want to see in the neighborhoods. And it is exciting to see that from day one to now, we have found some commonality, and that we have found understanding of what we're trying to accomplish together. That while this development agreement is not really to add requirements, but this development agreement is sort of to reduce the requirements stated in our ordinance about activation, and adding some other requirements that we negotiated with the applicants as a city. It is encouraging to see that we have found some commonality. It is encouraging to see that all of this hard work, and sometimes tense, was able to get us here today, to where we potentially could have a downtown hospital that embraces the history of the site, like the food cart situation, but also embraces the area they're in, activating State Street and Main Street to 79% and 70% respectively. So I am excited with this agreement right now. It took us a while to get here, and I thank all of the Planning Commission and our council staff for doing that hard work.
Thank you. Council, anything else? Brian, before we take a vote on this, would you just please, this is not distrusting you, it's just me being a little fastidious and nervous. Would you just please confirm with the applicant that our understanding is correct, that they agree to these terms?
Yes, I'll talk with them about that.
Thank you. I think pending that, are we good on questions, Council? All right, thank you all for your time. We now can move on to item number 5, an ordinance for a street and alley vacation and subdivision amendment at Brooklyn Avenue. Brian Fulmer stays at the table, and Aaron Barlow, senior planner, will join us. And I see Chrissy with him.
Thank you. This is a proposal to vacate an approximately 0.61 acre portion of Brooklyn Avenue between 500 West and the West Temple Viaduct in City Council District 5. An alley vacation request is also included, as the alley would be rendered unusable if the street were vacated. Finally, there's a subdivision amendment, as this section of street proposed to be vacated is included in 2 different subdivisions, and I'll turn it over to Aaron.
Thank you, Brian. Next slide, please. So like Brian said, this is a collection of 3 applications: the street vacation, the original request, an alley vacation that's necessary since it would be isolated through this vacation, and then a subdivision amendment since there are 2 subdivisions affected by the street vacation. Next slide, please. Next slide. Just roll through these. This is just some site context of the Brooklyn Avenue and the vicinity. That's 500 West. All right, next slide. And just keep rolling till you see words. Okay. One issue that came up with this request was a measuring error between the Brooklyn subdivision and the Dolan subdivision. In the yellow is Brooklyn Avenue within the Brooklyn subdivision, and within the red is Brooklyn Avenue within the Dolan subdivision. That was supposed to be a single 33-foot right-of-way, but you can see that ended up being much wider with a big gap in the middle. That's part of the 5-acre Big Field survey that was never platted. Next slide. So there were some requested conditions, and the applicant worked really closely with Public Utilities, Transportation, Engineering, the Fire Division, to come up with these conditions so that vacating the street wouldn't negatively affect any of the surrounding property owners. Specifically, Public Utilities requested a utility easement along the edge of the property, which essentially follows the existing utilities that line the edge of the West Temple Viaduct. Engineering and Transportation both requested public improvements along 500 West to meet street typology 8. We'll look at that in a second. And then Fire and Transportation asked for some sort of turnaround that meets fire code. So when this vacated right-of-way is developed and there's no longer a place for trucks to turn around, they will need to require a turnaround that meets fire code. Next slide. So this just shows where the utility easement would be located in pink. It would be basically wrapping around these properties, lining along the existing utility lines. Next slide, please. And these are some illustrations of what specifically the departments are looking for. These are the types of types of turnarounds that meet fire code that the applicant could place on the property if the property's street is vacated. And then street typology 8, which is the urban village street typology, would be required along the just the east side of 500 West, adjacent to the applicant's property. And next slide. There was one issue that planning staff noticed was the width of the property to the south, and that's just a minor adjustment in the final plat. Next slide, please. Review of the master plans, including the transportation master plan, which is now adopted but was not when the Planning Commission looked at this. It does not conflict with any adopted policies. This area is not really ripe for any sort of cross freeway connections or any sort of major infrastructure improvements. In fact, it's not even listed as an infrastructure improvement in the downtown master plan. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval with those conditions because it meets applicable standards. There's no objections from other city divisions and no conflict with adopted plans and policies. And I believe the applicant's here. I told them 3 o'clock, so they might get here soon.
It's our fault. We're running ahead
Too
of
fast.
schedule. Council, do you have any questions for staff? Anyone have any questions for the applicant? I think you're way too good at your job. You made the applicant come here for nothing. You explained it clearly, and I think we're all satisfied. So thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, with that, we'll move on to item number 6, a zoning map amendment at 1816 South State Street. Brian Fulmer remains at the table, and Olivia Vetko? Savetko, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Principal,
It's a tricky one.
Since Principal Planner is joining us.
Thank you.
This is a proposal to amend the zoning map for the property at 1816 South State Street in Council District 5 from its current BP or business park zoning to CC or commercial corridor, or corridor commercial rather. And with that, I'll turn it over to Olivia. Oh, and I believe the applicant is here as well.
Yes, I think so. Good afternoon. This is just a quick briefing on a zoning map amendment at 1816 South State Street. If you could go to the next slide for me. Okay, so the current zoning of this property is business park, and the desired zoning is commercial corridor. If you could go to the next slide. A bit of quick background on this property. In 1994, the whole block you can see on the left of the screen here was zoned C3 for general business activity. In 1995, the zoning ordinance was nearly entirely rewritten, and this area was rezoned to business park, and to the north was commercial corridor. Shortly after that same year, in 1995, there was a petition to amend the zoning for the properties on the north of this block to change them from business park to commercial corridor, because the uses that were on the ground did not meet the uses allowed in business park, but they better aligned with commercial corridor. The subject property was not included in that petition to amend the zoning, although it was in the same boat as those properties where it was being used as commercial corridor, not as business park. We're not sure why it wasn't included in the amendment, but today it remains business park and the properties to the north remain corridor commercial. The applicant would like to amend their zoning to commercial corridor as well. Currently, there is a vocational school on the ground for tattoo and piercing, to learn tattooing and piercing. The applicant just would like to realign the use with the zone and expand the retail uses and services allowed on the property. If you could go to the next slide. So one of the big changes and the primary reason for this request is the changes in permitted uses. Specifically, changing the zoning to commercial corridor would allow restaurant uses on this property. It would allow retail good establishments and retail service establishments, all of these which are only permitted as part of a planned development in the business park where it is right now. Next slide. Some of the other changes that would come along with this request include a reduction in the maximum allowed height from 60 feet in the current zone to 30 feet in the desired commercial corridor zone. The setbacks would be decreased slightly, the required setbacks. And the parking would remain 1 to 2 off-street parking spaces per dwelling unit for housing types and 2 for every 1,000 square feet of most commercial uses. Next slide. This request is compliant with our general plans. This falls within the Central Community General Plan, which calls for this area to be community commercial, moderately sized commercial areas with adjacent residential neighborhoods. This future land use designation very closely aligns with the commercial corridor zoning description purpose statement, which calls for commercial development while promoting compatibility with adjacent neighborhoods. You can see a few other sort of statements from our general plan below that also encourage repurposing commercial buildings for new retail or new uses, such as CLU 2.2, encourage adaptive reuse of warehouse, commercial, and industrial structures. 3.2, encourage the reuse of existing commercial buildings when appropriate to support transit-oriented development. And 4.1, which is encourage appropriate reuse of existing non-conforming or non-complying commercial and industrial structures on a case-by-case basis. And next slide, please. Okay, cool. I thought so. and that's kind of that's the background info I've got on this one for you. And I believe our applicant is here as well today. She's planning on it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lopez Chavez.
Thank you. I'm in support of this rezone. I think the most important part is recognizing currently today, situated on State Street, is a bunch of blighted buildings that need to be considered so we can attract new types of businesses. That's obviously the intention of this applicant. So I'll be supporting this, and I hope my colleagues also join me in that.
Council? I support anything that kills business park because I think it's the worst zone ever and needs to be abolished. So thank you for the request and giving it less of a footprint in our city.
Council Chair, I think I know somebody that can do that.
No, I think this is great, and I think it honors the vision for, you know, our RDA area and all the stuff that we're doing on State Street. So it's exciting to see. All right, you came here for nothing.
Okay, thank you very much.
We,
And by the way, I have actually 2 tenants in that building, but one of the things was that the restaurant.
can you speak into the microphone for the, we have Councilmember Pui online and
Sorry, we had so many people look and want to do restaurant or something like that, but we had to turn them away. It actually has 2 spaces in it, and one is a security company that has come in, which I think adds value to that neighborhood. And it was non-conforming as business park before, so you're basically left with something you can't do anything with. And so I think it'll add a great amount of value to be able to get tenants that will be willing to invest in it in the future.
And Tiffany, can you just state your name and the?
Oh, sorry, Tiffany Price. Thank
all
you.
right, thank you so
Madam
much.
Chair?
All right.
Thank you.
Council, we're running super ahead of schedule, so we are actually going to jump to item number 9, and we're going to invite Ben Ludke to the table so we can do our budget amendment number 1. If Mary Beth and Greg, if you guys want to come up too, I know we're just dealing with some council added items here, but team, I believe in us. We can close out this budget amendment. I have faith in us. All right, Ben, with that, I will turn the time over to you.
At the last briefing, or the last meeting, September 17th, the council adopted most of the remaining items in budget amendment number 1. There were 2 items left open, and since then, those 2, I-4 and I-5, have been withdrawn as alternative options are being explored. So those could return to you in a future budget opening based on what works out. There are 2 new items, I-8 and I-9. You also set a new public hearing, which is scheduled to be held tonight. So the public has a chance to weigh in on these 2 new items. I'll go over those quickly. The first one, I-8. This is a request for $450,000 one time from the Governmental Immunity Fund. So this is not coming from general fund balance. It's coming from governmental immunity, which is a separate fund in the city's budget. The city is self-insured for liability claims, and back in fiscal year 2023, the council authorized a separate dedicated property tax specifically to pay for these governmental immunity claims. So that is the funding source for this item. And those funds can't be used for other uses. They are dedicated to governmental immunity. The second item is $50,000 one time from general fund balance. And this would be used for economic promotion related to Sugar House Road reconstructions. The $50,000 would go to the Economic Development Department, and the funding would supplement the other programs that are being used in the Sugar House Business District, including the Road Construction Mitigation Grant Program, which provides $3,000 grants to small local businesses that are negatively impacted by street reconstructions within a 1-block radius. There are multiple road construction projects in the Sugar House Business District right now. This includes 2100 South and 1100 East and Highland Drive. There are also some private developments that have impacts on local roads as well. There is an upcoming 6-week pause in road constructions in the Sugar House area. This is scheduled to begin on November 15th and run through the end of December. The pause is meant to help customers reach businesses. Since the upcoming holiday shopping season represents a disproportionate amount of annual sales revenue for many of these businesses, this upcoming 6-week pause is meant to help address that critical time in their annual revenue picture. There are 2 policy questions if the council is interested. The first is if you would like to request the administration explore longer-term assistance options for small local businesses impacted by road reconstruction. So this would likely require the council amending existing policies or creating new programs, both of which would also likely require new funding. The other policy question is if you would like additional information about how the construction mitigation grant program is working. It's been around for 4 years now. The funding has fluctuated year to year, as does the level and the number of impacts from city road reconstruction projects. That's it for me. Those are the 2 council added items. And I did want to note on the motion sheet tonight, there is an option to close the public hearing and adopt both of these items given time sensitivities if you're comfortable with that option.
Councilwoman Young.
Yeah. So I appreciate all the work that the administration has done to respond to the business needs of the Sugar House area. I don't think I have to tell anyone in this room or across the entire city that we have construction in Sugar House. It has just become kind of a part of our day-to-day. And for the residents who live down there, I applaud all of them in terms of finding routes to be able to navigate that construction, because ultimately it is creating infrastructure that will benefit not just the area, but the residents in terms of having functioning sewers, which is a must in our city, as well as more accessibility for pedestrians and folks who are taking alternative modes of transportation. With that said, the businesses down there have really reached a breaking point in terms of exhausting all of their own personal finance and funding to be able to mitigate some of the losses they've experienced. The city taking this step to authorize funding to be able to help them in terms of additional marketing efforts to, the broader city and audience that these businesses are open is a necessary next step to be able to make sure that we don't lose these businesses that are at the heart of the community. So I really do implore my fellow council members for their support related to this need, and to anyone who's listening, encourage you to come to Sugar House. There is parking. There are ways to get there. And each of these businesses needs you in terms of being able to survive this time period. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Young. Council, anything else?
Madam Chair, there was a question about exploring maybe long-term support for local businesses affected. I will definitely like to explore other tools, including longer-term opportunities for this support. Sugar House has gone through a lot. Unfortunately, we had to make many of these upgrades, and the city did it in a way that is going to prevent the redoing of this, the constant construction, which require huge upgrades. But the impacts on our local businesses is big. I commend Councilmember Young for always advocating for these businesses, which they are the soul of Sugar House. So I would really like to Economic Development, who's doing an amazing job, to continue to explore new tools, even if it requires additional funding from our side.
Thank you. I agree. I'm thankful for the economic development that Sugar House provides to us. I cannot apologize to them for upgrading the infrastructure that is necessary. If we were just, putting in planters, I would chastise us, but this is actual necessary infrastructure. So I'm happy with shouldering a bit of a heavier lift to make sure that they can make it through it as we do what's necessary. Council, any other questions? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Tony, I see your team is here. Does that mean we can be ahead of schedule with you too? Thank you for reading our minds and knowing what's coming. But with that, Council, then we'll turn to item number 8. So Ben, we're going to invite you back to the table. And Tony Milner and Heather Royal as well, for a 25 to 29 Housing and Urban Development Consolidated Plan Update and Timeline. Thank you all so much. I acknowledge that we are literally 55 minutes ahead of schedule right now. So thank you for meeting us where we are.
The 4 annual grants that the city receives from the Housing and Urban Development Department, or HUD, are some of the largest federal ongoing funding that the city receives. HUD requires the city to update the consolidated plan every 5 years, and this plan guides the use of those 4 grants. It's estimated over the 2025 to 2029 5-year period, the city could receive $27 million across the 4 grants. And it's possible program income could be generated that would be additional funding. Any program income would still be subject to the 5-year plan as well. As a reminder, the 4 grants covered by the plan are the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, Emergency Solutions Grant, the Home Investment Partnership Grant, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, or HOPWA grant. The briefing today is an opportunity for the council to provide early feedback and policy guidance before a draft consolidated plan is developed and sent to you for consideration. In the staff report, there are 3 major policy areas that are discussed: the minimum funding award, the preliminary goals and the underlying strategies to achieve each of the goals, and the target area boundaries. I'll touch on these 3 policy areas quickly, and then I'll turn it over to Tony and Heather for a presentation. You might remember back in the spring, you requested the administration explore increasing the minimum funding award. $30,000 is the minimum award today, and that is for all 4 of the different grant programs. The administration has surveyed recipients, and the responses range from keeping the minimum at $30,000 to increasing it up to $80,000. So between the $30,000 and the $80,000, the midpoint in between would be $55,000. That is not a recommendation yet, but that is to give you a sense of where the recipients of these program dollars see the minimum best belonging. Can we get the comparison table, attachment 1, up on the screen? This is the big handout that you all should have just gotten. And it's comparing the goals and strategies from the previous 5-year plan, that was 2020 to 2024, to the preliminary goals and strategies for 2025 to 2029. On the left-hand side, the orange-headed column, you see the goals, and they're broad categories, such as housing, and underneath it are 3 sub-goals. And then in the green column, you see the preliminary strategies to achieve that goal. And the rightmost column, labeled target area, when there's a yes in that column, it means those physical improvements would be subject to the target area map, which you also just got a handout of. Only physical improvements and economic development improvements would be subject to the target area map. So if you look in the transportation section, most of those would be subject to it. But in the other goals, most of them are not subject to it at all. These strategies are trying to balance 2 different things. They're trying to be specific, achievable, measurable goals that we can show HUD we are meeting our own goals. But we also want them to be flexible. Since this is a 5-year plan, we want to leave some flexibility to meet the evolving needs of the community. I do want to point out in the transportation section, strategy number 2. This is funding 50-50 sidewalk programs for businesses. This would be CDBG funding 50% of the cost and the business covering the other 50% of the cost for sidewalk repairs and improvements. You discussed this in CIP over the summer. The preference of the council at the time was to add CDBG funding for residents. So that's not currently what's proposed. What's proposed is for businesses. So it would be helpful to hear if the council wants this to be for businesses, for residents, or for both. And if you would like a sliding scale based on income, that was an idea you discussed over the summer to be used. The city's 50-50 concrete program currently does not allow businesses to participate. It is only for residential properties. So depending on what you would prefer with this HUD funding, we would likely need to amend city code to allow it to be implemented. Can we switch to the target area map? Again, the target area map is only for physical improvements. So it only applies to the strategies that have the yes in the target area rightmost column. So on the map, you'll see in blue, this is the old target area. The red lines are the new target area. So it's largely an expansion on most sides, with the exception of parts of the Granary District and the Central 9th area, which would be removed. And the orange shaded areas, these are the CDBG income eligible census tracts. And there are a couple islands within the target area that are not shaded eligible, but because they're surrounded on all sides by income eligible areas, there is a presumption that benefits the surrounding neighborhood by making physical improvements even within those islands that are not shaded income eligible. I do want to point out the timing of applications that are being submitted this fall. So the applicants don't know what the final goals and strategies are going to be. So in the spring, in March and April, you will receive a consolidated plan and you will receive the funding recommendations from the Resident Advisory Board and the mayor. So you'll be able to look at the plan, which determines what programs and projects are eligible, and you'll be able to look at what applications were received. So you'll have all of that together in the spring. That's it for me. We've got a presentation from Tony and Heather with more, and then we can come back to the comparison table, the minimum funding award, and the map if it's helpful to display any of those later.
Council, do you have any questions for Ben before we move on?
I'll wait.
Okay, Councilmember Dugan's going to wait. Councilwoman Lopez Chavez.
Thank you. And if it needs to be answered at a later time, that's fine too. I just would like to walk through how the proposed target area was decided. Thanks.
We're happy to take that now. Sure. So the proposed target area was reevaluated recently based on inquiries from areas that were not currently covered in the Marmalade and Rose Park areas, as well as where there has been some significant city investment over the most recent years, which has spurred a lot of private investment. And to be clear, that is the goal of these funds. So that's a good thing to see happen. The Granary is a really good example of that. So through community feedback, business feedback, and close coordination with economic development, we overlaid that with the updated CDBG eligible census tract areas, which have also changed in the last 5 years. And we expanded in areas where it made sense to expand. And again, to be clear, this is all proposed. It's still open to feedback from council and can be adjusted. We wanted to expand into areas where we felt like there had not been significant city investment, economic development speaking, and then draw some more natural boundaries using straight lines. You'll see in the previous map, there's some weird little loops and cutouts, which was confusing both to business owners looking to apply for the program, but also to city staff trying to interpret eligibility. So, and then we wanted to sort of scale back potential CDBG investment in areas where that had already been maximized and again had spurred significant private investment. Does that help answer that question?
It does. There's significant development happening near Trolley, and so I noticed it wasn't included in that target area. That's the Trolley Square, you could call it a boutique mall, if you will,
Yeah.
the parking plaza. I'd like that to be considered, so that's something likely I'll reach out to about. But certainly, the applicant is already working with planning to construct deeply affordable housing and home ownership opportunities, specifically for families, and trying to work with the U to get some of the staffing in those housing opportunities. So I just think that's a missed opportunity, and it's something that the city keeps missing. So I'd like to advocate for that to be included in the target area.
Yeah, and that's why these briefings are particularly helpful. The investments and the progress in the city is changing all the time. So as another quick note, the CDBG census tract areas are updated by HUD. I would like to say semi-regularly, somewhere between once every 1 to 3 years. And whenever they update those, they send new eligible areas to us, which we then incorporate. So this map can be reevaluated annually at the time of our annual action plan, if that's something that council would like to do as well. And that would help us maybe, again, scale back areas that have seen significant private investment and catch some of those areas that we may be missing where there's an opportunity to invest.
Is there how large the target area can be?
Nope, as long as we can demonstrate through the CDBG eligible census tracts that the presumed beneficiaries are LMI residents, then there is really no limitation to that.
Is there an element of like a tautology, like if everything's included, then nothing's included? So
yeah.
Okay, so
that is
there is
one-
some strategy to how we do it.
That is one cautionary tale, is if you make it so broad, then it's really just a citywide effort.
Yeah, because my eyes were drawn to the northern part of Redwood Road, where I know there are still so many families that are struggling. But as I think of the typical applicants we get to this program as well, their locations within this still serve those. So for me, I was able to. Did you have something else, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, and I don't know if we have data on this, but I also don't want to saturate certain neighborhoods with deeply affordable or affordable housing. We want a middle density and try to mix these housing opportunities. So just making sure, I think, again, as I look at this typology in this map, before we accept the new target area for the year 25 to 29, just considering, again, the city's landscape is changing drastically, and the populations that reside in our districts are changing significantly. For example, District 4 is a majority renter district. I know there's other districts that are experiencing that same quantity and quantification. So I'm more privy to coming back to this year after year. We're experiencing the most growth we'll see and in future years. So I just think this is something that I'm really appreciative of. So thank you for your work. But I would just echo again, if we can look at this a little bit more micro-targeted, so we're not oversaturating the west side either.
Council, can we actually give them some direction? Do we all support Councilwoman Lopez Chavez's sentiment that we would like to see the map on an annual basis? Is that something?
Wait, you can change the map on an annual basis?
You can, yep.
For the
In
5-year
the
plan?
annual action plan, that would be the time.
I think the directive would just be a report back. I think that's really helpful. I've seen a lot of different applicants take advantage of CDBG funding. I really liked that process, so thank you to Ben Ludke for making it fun for me. But in all sincerity, I think there's a lot more applicants, and it's a very competitive scope. And so if we could just consider the districts, certainly in District 4, it's included in this, and like I said, I'll be advocating for them.
Well, but
My
Madam
only-
Chair,
Hang on,
quick
Councilmember
question.
Wharton, Dugan, Pui.
My question was about you mentioned the sidewalk 50/50 program and extending that to businesses. If we were to do that, can we say that we only want to extend it to like small businesses of a certain size, or once you go into business, you have to let all businesses?
No, and we already spell that out with our current neighborhood business improvement program, the facade program, that clearly defines what we're talking about when we're talking about eligible small businesses.
Okay. And how much do you think, is there a way to know like how much doing that would compete with like residents? Because I don't want to think that we're doing a good thing by including small businesses, and then businesses are in a better, for whatever reason, or are able to get all of it, and then there's like none left. So residents aren't even competitive. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I think annually when we come to the council through our process, we could put forward applications for residential versus commercial properties for those funds, so that funding could be set aside for that if that was something council desired.
And if council was to approve this direction of funding or this eligible use of the funds, I'm pretty sure that transportation keeps pretty wonderful maps of the cities where improvements are needed for sidewalks. So that could be considered into the factors if council were to go that direction.
Okay, Councilmember Dugan and then Councilmember Pui.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions, but I'm just going to go back to because I do have a question about the 50/50. But I want to go back to just the reviewing this on an annual basis. My only concern is that we're overburdening the staff on an annual basis on projects that sometimes you don't see the outcome for a couple of years. And so if you're adjusting those boundaries or increasing those boundaries too quickly, then you don't really, then you could be saturating things, and then it takes too long to, for you to see the fruition. So I'm always want to be cautious of adding more to the plate when we still don't know what we had the first time. So I'm just cautious about that, because I don't want to add burden time on staff to give us another presentation, another briefing, another thing, when we could be spending our time on the projects that we have actually on our plate. So that's my only concern. And then also expanding any larger than we already have, because then again, we're spreading out too much across the board. So those just my cautions. I'm not going against them. I just throwing out the caution before just adding for that. And Council Chair, you want me to wait for my other questions about 50/50?
Councilmember Pui, are you responding to that as well, or do you have a separate idea?
I have both comments on the 50/50 sidewalk repair and on the boundary.
Okay, let's do the boundary first, and then we'll go back and bring in the second round.
Yeah, so on the boundary, I mean, ultimately the staff wanted specific feedback on the boundary. I'm okay on revising this a little more often than 5 years. I also think that every year is too much. This doesn't mean that other parts of town cannot qualify for economic applications, but it means that we have decided that this area needs the most improvement. We are not consolidating housing, deeply affordable housing in this map. It means that we are putting better sidewalks where they haven't been, better infrastructure in the city, and we know that this part of town is the one that is lacking the most on those benefits. So that's what this map is important, is that we are putting effort where we haven't for many decades, and everybody probably agrees that. With that general feeling that many parts of the west side don't have the curb and gutter, and many of the basic things and our sidewalks are very bad. So it's just in general, it's a little bit of an extra focus in the area. Again, I'm open to the idea of revising this map a little more often. Certainly yearly is a bit too much for me.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Dugan, we'll go back to you for your...
Are you covering my questions in the presentation, or is it okay to just continue on this? because I'll go back to 50-50. Never mind. 50-50.
Would you all care the opportunity
Yeah.
to actually present, or do you just want us to rapid fire questions at you for 45 minutes?
We're good with either.
And then we'll continue on the questions. The 50-50. I appreciate the addition to the business. I do have some concerns about businesses and the residential, but I also like the idea of business to be able to participate in that, because not all of our sidewalks in front of businesses are there's a lot of sidewalks in front of businesses that also need some improvements. And I think I also would like us to explore maybe that sliding scale even on the businesses side, because there are probably some small businesses that can't afford the 50-50, but they could maybe afford a 70-30 or something of other type of a sliding scale. And I don't know how you determine the profit margins or the business's strength in being able to afford that. And almost in the same vein as for the residencies, maybe a possible sliding scales. I know we have some additional sliding scales for really low income, but I would like to also maybe see some sliding scales on the residential side of the house, because I do have a lot of neighborhoods when you walk through them and you go, wow, this house, this place needs a big rework on the sidewalk. But you also look at that house and you go, they can't afford one. They can't afford the 50-50. So possibly a sliding scale there. And then back to the idea that we have other fundings besides this for the residential sidewalks, and maybe we do need to increase that if we're spending all our money every year on that. That one. I have one question about the community resiliency.
Councilmember Pui, did you want to speak to the 50-50 as well?
Yes, the sidewalk. When I started talking about sidewalk issues about a year and a half ago, my whole focus was neighbors and not being able to afford that 50% and we tripped in one together, Councilmember Petro in Poplar Grove. I worried, and I understand that there is some businesses, especially local businesses, that might need also the support, but I don't want us to, businesses might have bigger frontage or bigger cost associated to their sidewalk cost as well. I will like this council to to make an effort to support the neighbors a little more on this matter. So what if, and I wonder if this is possible, that we set a cap that out of the funding that we have for sidewalk repair, either 70% of it is allocated to individuals within this lighting scale that you guys put together, and the rest, the extra 30%, is allocated to small businesses, again, also allocated in the manner that you decide. So then we're still putting a little extra effort on helping these businesses, but we are focusing on the neighbors, which it seems to be the biggest problem.
Okay. I think it does beg the question, though. We have to go deeper on the policy. Whatever we do with this funding source to address it, to me, sidewalks aren't like a matter of aesthetic or even walkability. It is ADA compliance. We have neighbors who are unable to navigate their own neighborhoods. So there's a moral imperative here. There's, a community building, urban planning imperative here. And so I think it's our onus to make sure that whatever we're doing to recoup funds is not the impediment to promoting accessibility for all Salt Lakers and Utahns. So I think I like something close to what Councilmember Pui said that would guarantee a certain portion to businesses, a certain portion to residents, but there definitely is deeper work that we need to do around this ordinance to really determine how we're going to prioritize this in all aspects. Councilmember Dugan, you have the next topic?
Yes, just on the community resiliency and just the lines 2 and 3 or goals 2 and 3 about discussing on the child care side of the house. I think we probably, at least on number 3, we need to probably be a little more clear and precise on the language to include like child care, but not just after school. I'm not sure if there's still a need or an appetite for possibly preschool before school, because there are some parents who work early and they can't drop their kid off. And also with schools having different time starts between high schools and middle schools and elementary schools, there's now parents are going all different directions at the same time, and possibly some before school care and after school care, and how we keep that as a primary goal, because that is part of our affordable living, not just affordable housing. Having that affordable living is the child care at schools.
I am heartily seconding all of those sentiments.
So
Yeah, so we can definitely do that to make sure to have the language encompass all ages and stages of childcare.
yeah, and maybe before and also before, if that's
Yeah.
Thanks.
Council? Heather and Tony, is there something in your presentation that we missed in our questions that we should draw our attention to?
I think the easiest thing to go over, we can probably skip through rapid fire some of it, given the questions that have been asked and the fabulous job Ben did of recapping everything that was included in the transmittal. It might just be helpful to look at the a couple of the slides that show. Can we go to the next slide, please? This slide recaps the previous consolidated plan. And those housing, transportation, building community resiliency, homeless services, and behavioral health. And then this is just kind of to highlight the tables that Ben did, comparing the two in a more high-level manner. Can we go to the next slide, please? This slide shows for the previous 5-year consolidated plan where those investments went, the funding by project year. And you can see that housing, building community resiliency, and homeless services were the top funded programs and activities across those years. I don't imagine the housing category will decrease in need over the next 5 years, nor will the homeless services. Community resiliency has, which you'll see, kind of been pulled apart and will be lumped into other goals. But the different things funded under community resiliency in the previous consolidated plan included things like Advantage Services, Catholic Community Services, and their job placement and employment programs, as well as Neighborhood Business Improvement Program, or the Facade Program. And so programs of very different natures, but all of those were under the community resiliency goal. Can we go to the next slide, please? The next slide, this just recaps the proposed draft goals for the next 5-year consolidated plan based on community feedback data, and that would be housing and homeless services still coming in as two of the top community needs, community services, transportation and streets, business and workforce development. And then we'll breeze through the next slides where we'll just kind of briefly provide some of the strategies that will or could be incorporated into those goals. Can we go to the next slide, please?
And again, we've gotten to this point through our consultants, through Zion's Public Finance Inc., as well as NeighborWorks Salt Lake, who helped us do a lot of outreach over the summer, both internally and external community partners that have helped us pull together all of their feedback, all the trends that they're seeing as well. And then again, this is mainly what we'd like for you to react to and get your feedback from, just to make sure that with the data that we've ingested so far, hearing all the feedback from the community, just really making sure that we're on the right track. Then it's anything that is missing that you're seeing from the community, especially right now, but then also for the next 5 years, that's what we'd love to have your reactions to.
Madam Chair. I'm just noticing on this, the one side of the notes last night too, was there's no money on the transportation on 23-24 on this slide, funding by project year. do we expect to have funding this year? I mean, it looks like there was funding the prior years, but then 23 to 24, at least on the slide.
In a quick nutshell, that was just due to delays to projects. They proposed in previous years some really great projects, but then just because of construction schedules were delayed, and so didn't submit additional applications.
Oh, okay.
Knowing that they had additional funds and projects to complete.
Yep. So the goal number 1 of housing, some of the strategies that have been contemplated under this are protect tenants and increase housing stability, preserve existing affordable housing, and produce more affordable housing. And I just really quickly want to restate a point that's been made where we have to balance specificity with flexibility. We want to make sure that these goals and strategies are specific enough that they can be measured, but we also don't want to write ourselves into a corner so that we cannot adjust to new or expanded needs as they come across. Can we go to the next slide, please?
So then it would be safe to say, though, like if that's our general goal that we're going to submit, the execution of all of these would be in full accordance with like Thriving in Place, and that those would be the strategies we could count on.
Yep, as well as it will come back to council every year as part of the annual action plan and annual allocation process. And at that point in time, of course, those strategies may change and the activities funded will change.
Thank you.
Yeah. This just quickly highlights the need for more affordable housing in Salt Lake City. Green is considered affordable, and those areas are rapidly diminishing in Salt Lake City, with the shades of yellow, orange, and red being unaffordable to many households, particularly those at or below 80% AMI. So the demographics in the Salt Lake City are rapidly shifting. Can we go to the next slide, please? And I think we can actually skip this one. It's just more data that shows the need for housing assistance. These are households that are cost burdened. The number 2 goal of homeless services, some of those strategies could be to expand and enhance services and resources that prevent homelessness, increase access to and availability of support services and case management for those experiencing or at risk of homelessness, prioritizing resources and services for individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness. Next slide, please. Just highlights the point in time count information for Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County. We can go to the next slide. Number 3 goal of community services. This is a little bit of a broader goal, but it would improve access and opportunity to relevant and dignified food choices. Access to food is something that's come up as a recurring theme, particularly since COVID. Increase access to high quality and affordable childcare and out of school care, and improve access to technology and technology literacy. Those are things that, again, particularly since COVID, have been recurring themes. The next slide just highlights the need for some of these. This is data pulled from different state and internet broadband companies. So I think we can skip that one and go to number 4.
Sure. Before we leave that one, just one component. So the state currently is involved in work with the FCC related to internet access and affordability, and they are entertaining different grants from providers in terms of expanding access. I would just want to make sure that we aren't looking to duplicate any of those programs, but instead are building into some of that existing infrastructure. So just wanted to make that as a note. Still a need specific to our community, but if there are other resources and revenues that are coming in, especially from the federal government, that the state is administering, I'd love to see us leverage those opportunities.
Yeah, that's really good input. Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? On transportation and streets, proposed strategies would be to make transit and active transportation competitive and attractive modes of travel. There's been a lot of talk around the city's transit system and how do we actually make that more attractive to a wider variety of audiences so that more people are utilizing that. We have done some work and funded through CDBG in part through transportation over recent years, some better covering at bus stops and train stops and things of that nature, and more accessible crossing for those. And so those are different types of things that can be explored. Support investments that will move toward a goal of 0 traffic deaths, and then heal the east-west transportation divide. That's a little bit of a trickier one, but it's one we're happy to keep in here so that if there's a way we can leverage HUD funds toward that goal, we can consider that. Next slide, please. The next slide just highlights street improvements and sidewalk improvements. When we did a community engagement survey and requested feedback from the community, how important they thought those things were, and as you can see, most residents surveyed thought they were important or very important. We can go to the next slide, please. The fifth and final currently proposed goal would be business and workforce development. Contemplated strategies in there include things like job training and support services, small business support, and facade improvement. Some of these are building upon existing goals and activities that have been funded for a number of years, and some of these would be new. There's been a lot of talk around potential job training programs, not just for the construction industry or the trades, which is desperately needed, but also for childcare providers and services so that they can staff up and increase the number of children that they can take, increase their capacity. You can go to the next slide, is Salt Lake City unemployment rates over the last year, just showing that they are hovering pretty low, but more job training programs are still necessary to expand into some of those fields. And then can you go to the next slide, please? This highlights the child care facilities and the number of centers that are daycare centers compared to licensed families and the cost of those. We found that child care services have increased significantly in cost over the last 4 years, and so that's built into one of the goals about child care centers and providing families with the support they need is possibly programs that would help subsidize cost for some of those families and the child care providers. Can we go to the next slide, please?
And Ben touched upon this briefly, but it has come up in the past couple of years actually from subrecipients saying that the $30,000 basement threshold that we ask not to go under for funding really isn't meeting the need both for cost of increase to run programs and staffing, but then also the administrative burden to run those. So we actually, Ben mentioned, we reached out to a large list of our subrecipients. We got about a 1/3 response. We did this in August, and Ben again kind of covered that it kind of started hovering around between this slide that shows CDBG and home. And if you can go to the next slide, the two other HUD programs, ESG and HOPWA, is about around $55,000. And again, this is something that we would love to have council feedback on. If we were to raise that threshold from 30 to 55, it would be addressing, again, those increased costs that the subrecipients are telling us. But of course, that does put us in that position of funding with our limited funding that we get annually from HUD is funding less programs. But then we would be funding more adequately well-funded programs. So that's something that would like your feedback on. Next slide. So again, we can't, say thank you enough for this opportunity to preview the findings that we have so far We greatly appreciate the opportunity to come back at another point, even before we have the actual final plan in place, ready to submit to HUD. Thank you so much for gazing into the crystal ball with us to figure out what's the needs for the city for the next 5 years. And we're happy to kind of field any questions now about some of the information that's just been presented, or can follow up through writing through staff to kind of let you digest this. Follow up with us about what you're seeing. Are we on the mark? What are we missing? What's the needs for the community for the next 5 years that HUD funds can put towards and assist?
Councilmember Dugan, and then Councilmember Pui, I see you're unmuted. Would you like to speak as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. This is great information. I love the discussion too. And on the last question about the threshold, if you could take a look back at this past year and say, if we had increased the threshold from 30,000 to say 55 or 60,000, something, or 50, whatever it's 1,000, how many programs would not have received funding? And at that level, what would be that number? And if we did go that higher threshold, would those other programs been able to use that additional funding? Because I think there was some times when we said, hey, if we gave you more money, could you actually use it? And I think there might have been some times where it's like, we can't use any more money. I mean, everyone wants more money, but there's like, we're at a threshold right now because another 10,000 doesn't give us another FTE, and we won't be able to spend it anyways. So I like the idea that going up because our costs are going up, but I also want to make sure that we don't inadvertently drop off a program that, boy, needs $30,000, and that would do a wealth of good for that specific need, and we dropped it and we gave someone else who doesn't really need an extra $10,000.
And there's some recipients of what we've heard that were more than happy to receive the funds, but then they also do kind of the double-edged sword that these are restricted federal funds. Once they start realizing the fact that they have to do quarterly reporting, it's invoicing based on reimbursement. They are subject to monitoring from us for multiple years. All that kind of is factored in where they kind of then go, well, the balance of. This year, unfortunately, we did have one recipient actually give back 2 separate $30,000 awards, citing in writing for just the administrative burden of. So again, since that's been coming up, since that was a clear example, we did move forward with the survey to kind of present to you with those preliminary findings. And since it is such an important decision that the council would be making, we're more than happy to come back with about 3 years of analysis of just that to basically say, in the past 3 years, if, say, the threshold was 50,000 or 55,000, how would it have played out, who would have been funded or not, and what dollar amount, just for the council's consideration.
Councilmember Pui, and then Councilwoman Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I earlier this year, with the many conversations we had, we've been talking about the subsidizing of leases for small businesses and nonprofit organizations, and it's exciting that you added that to this list. I appreciate that. That means a lot. It is something that we need a lot in our communities, and it should be able to help bring life to some parts of town, also maintain the local entrepreneurship that we see in our city. So I'm excited to see that. But in general, what is the process? And I know that we sort of went through it a little bit, but just to remind me, we have until sometime next year to make edits to this, or you're gonna give us a proposal, and we have time to maybe make some changes to that. Is that what it looks like?
Tonight, that's what you get. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we have until May 15th of next year to submit an approved plan to HUD. And so we were hoping to get a little bit ahead of the clunkiness of the consolidated plan, first year annual action plan and allocation process, which we recognize is not ideal. And so we are hoping to take your feedback tonight to be able to have some pretty well-formed draft goals that we can put out to the applicants, because applications are being accepted in October, and we would like them to have some idea of where the city's priorities are going to be, bearing in mind that those won't be final until next spring. But then we also hope to have an opportunity to come back to you first part of the year with a more complete draft plan that you can review, which would include all of these proposed goals and strategies, any changes to the target area map that you would like to see, for you to review again. And then the final approval will come usually in, I think we do it March or April, when you review all of the applications and make your final allocations.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Young?
Yeah, I just want to loop back to the administrative burden component. So I do wonder if there's an opportunity related to some of your existing grantees, maybe being willing to share out some best practices with new applicants. I just think about it in terms of the city role being a convener for that expertise. So not necessarily offering those solutions and what that looks like, but at least kind of creating a network where that conversation could be had to potentially help out some of the other smaller organizations. I've seen that done in a couple other spaces where the federal burden of reporting and the finances is very high. And so it's just a thought in terms of if there's opportunities to do that kind of best practice sharing, that would hopefully be a lower level lift and yet maybe open the eyes of solutions that would be more cost effective for planning for the future.
Well, that's a really good idea. We do grant trainings. We offer TA ongoing throughout the year, but then it's actually good to hear the other nonprofits hear directly from peers. That's a very good idea.
I would hate, like Councilmember Dugan, to see, I can think of one organization in particular that I know year after year accepts the minimum award and makes it look like it is 3 times what we give them in the way they reach an isolated community that's typically difficult for us to provide services to. So I don't want to eliminate that, but I do acknowledge what we're hearing. So first, I would like us to put in a question in the grant application, what's the minimum usable amount we could grant you, so that as we're redistributing, we know we have a frame of reference if we're okay taking it from here and don't run into certain problems. But the other thing, which is kind of similar to what Councilwoman Young was saying, is incentivizing the subcontracting from those larger organizations, give them priority points or weighting points if they are, if there's an organization that can only use $25,000, let them go and be a subsidiary of someone receiving a larger grant. That partnership, especially if it reaches a difficult reach to constituency or does something highly specialized, could result in not only that level of increase to that granting money for the purposes of subcontracting, but also put them more weighted closer to the front of the line for a prioritization. Either I would be in favor of, both what Councilwoman Young said, but also examining that kind of way. We also should then offer insight into that weighting and publicize it so that organizations are aware of it, and then it can be something that they take advantage of.
Yeah, to your point about adding a question, based on feedback last year, we have actually added that as a question for this year, what the minimum amount of funding that they could receive to effectively administer the program would be, so that that's something that can be taken into account both when the board does their review and makes their recommendations, and then also when it comes to council and you're deliberating final allocations.
Thank you. Council, any additional conversation, questions? Thank you so much. That was a really good deep dive for us. We don't usually get to spend that much time on this topic, so thank you. That felt really productive.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session for the purpose of receiving advice of counsel. Is that the exclusive? And labor negotiations?
And Chair,
When we return, we will return to our work session to finish our agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we go into closed session for the purpose of receiving advice of counsel and to discuss labor negotiations.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Wharton, a second from Young. Any questions? I'll roll call. Pui?
Yes.
Dugan?
Yes.
Lopez Chavez?
Aye.
Wharton?
Yes.
Young?
Aye.
And I'm affirmative. That passes 6 with 1 absent. We are now in closed session.
Thank you. you. you.
you
This is just one more confirmation to our audio team that we are live in the work session meeting room. Madam Chair, you are ready to go.
All right, we're back. Thank you so much. We are going to hear Economic Development Loan Fund hearings. Allison Rowland, Council Policy Analyst, and Austin Kimmel, Council Policy Analyst, are at the table. Roberta Reichelt and Will Wright from Economic Development will join them. We're going to hear about Botanica SLC LLC, Exotic Fast Foods LLC, and City Cakes SLC LLC. I will turn the time over to you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start with Botanica, and then Austin will take care of the other two, and then we'll let, no, we probably shouldn't do it that way, right? I'll start with Botanica, then you guys can say your piece about Botanica, and then we'll go back to Austin to introduce the other two. Great. Okay, so as you mentioned, Madam Chair, this is a loan from the Economic Development Loan Fund to a business called Botanica SLC at 353 West, 200 South. The business is a small-scale grocery selling non-alcoholic wines, beers, and spirits, along with healthy foods. The loan would be for $100,000 at 9.5% fixed interest over 7 years. The EDLP Loan Committee recommended loan funding for this business, and this item is scheduled to be on your agenda tonight. I'll turn it over to Roberta and Will if they'd like to add anything.
Thank you, Allison. That was very thorough as usual. Happy to answer any questions regarding a Botanica loan request.
Council? All right, we can move on. Austin?
Thanks, council members. This next one is a Economic Development Loan Fund loan to Exotic Fast Foods, LLC. It's a new Eurasian restaurant at 55 North Redwood Road. The Economic Development Loan Fund Committee recommends the council approve a $100,000 loan at an 8.5% fixed rate over 7 years. The loan would help create 6 new jobs in the next year and retain 3 existing ones. It would also help pay for building renovations, equipment, and working capital. And a public hearing is not required for this, and the vote is scheduled for tonight's formal meeting. And I will turn that over to Economic Development.
Thank you, Austin. Just a few things about this restaurant. The owner and her family are from Kazakhstan. They've been in the U.S. for 5 years. They had a very successful business restaurant in Kazakhstan, so they're bringing a bit of that flavor here to Redwood Road, and we're excited to have this one before you.
Thank you. Council, any questions, comments? Okay.
I just appreciate that you find businesses that may not be, those that would be easily identified if it weren't for your outreach. And I think that this is an example of the amazing work that economic development does to build those relationships within the community to be able to help create these opportunities across our city. So thank you. This is incredible.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
And West Side Investment. Always, Councilmember Pui is off, but I have to speak up even though it's, no, they're not. They're my district. Okay, you're just over the
border.
The line of my district. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great. And the next is a Economic Development Loan Fund loan to City Cakes SLC. They are at 1860 South, 300 West, Suite D. City Cakes is a business specializing in vegan and gluten-free baked goods. The EDLF committee recommends the council approve a $100,000 loan at an 8.25 fixed rate over 7 years. The loan would help create 4 to 6 new jobs in the next year and retain 8 existing ones. It would also help pay for acquisition, machinery and equipment, and working capital. And a vote is also scheduled at tonight's formal meeting. And I will turn it over to Economic Development.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that Councilmember Young's spot on with her comments, and I appreciate that because small businesses are tough to run and tough to succeed and survive. And on that same note, what is our success rate after 1 year, after 5 years? with these loans, because it's for some of these businesses, that's a big loan. Even though it's what we think of as a nice rate, but it's still at 8%. So it's still a hefty loan. And so maybe not now, but in the future, what's their success rate after 5 years or 1 year? Because that's just curious on how well we're doing that.
That's a great question. We have been asked that recently in the other meetings, and we have provided some preliminary data to council staff on sort of our defaults and where we are. We sort of look at it a little bit since we got the program in 2020. We had COVID, obviously. We didn't have, I think we had one loan for like a year and a half because they were all doing the SBA PPP funding. So we're we're kind of tracking it a little bit closer from sort of the end of COVID 2021 to now. And we do have that data available. Happy to come back and present that. As you know, we're working on a transmittal for you to make some changes to the program, some updates, and we can bring a full portfolio report in front of you as well. But just anecdotally, we do lend. We are a lender of last resort. We lend to riskier businesses that can't get funding from traditional lenders. And so the reality of the matter is there are defaults. We have worked with our attorney's office over the years to do everything we can to get repayment in a sense that's not detrimental to the business or the borrower should there be a default. So we work with them. So in that sense, we've been able to collect still a good amount of funds despite having some defaults.
All right, council, any other questions or comments? I love city cakes. I'm a high food sensitivities kind of person, and I love that I can get a treat every once in a while, so excited about that. All right, thank you so much. With that, we will move on to our board appointments. We'll start with McCall Christensen, who should be virtual, for an appointment to the Planning Commission.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, McCall. So good to have you. Typically, we give appointees a moment or two to just introduce themselves, why they're interested in this sort of service. Introduce yourself for a moment.
All right, sounds good. Well, my name is McCall. I'm originally from Ogden, moved to Salt Lake in 1999 to go to the University of Utah. I have a background in public health, specifically HIV prevention and harm reduction nonprofit work. I worked directly within Salt Lake City communities during some transformative events such as like Operation Rio Grande, a hepatitis A outbreak, and during COVID. And it really grew an appreciation for advocacy work and community engagement and stakeholder engagement. I also bought a home in Fair Park in 2016 and then recently transitioned to renting in the same area because I started my master's in urban planning up at the U and specializing in public policy and just really focusing on equitable urban systems. So in a nutshell, I've lived it, I've learned it, and I'm ready to apply it. So I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. Now here's the most important question. 3 of us on the council represent Fair Park. So which part do you live in? Is it the coolest District 1 part, the less cool District 3, or the District 2 that has to be sandwiched in there?
Right. So, well, my house that I was up 3rd North in between 8th and 9th.
Oh, we both love you, but that was the worst answer.
I think it's pretty cool.
McCall, this board to me is one of the most interesting. You literally have a news source that tunes into your commission meetings. I don't know of any other city commission that has an entire online magazine dedicated. And with this growth trajectory, the demand on this commission is really, really high. So I want to thank you for being willing. Make sure you understand that going in. I apologize in advance for what we're asking of you.
No, but I think it's great. mean, I never know what I'm getting myself into, and I will always figure it out, and I just transparency and communication and working through it. I'm excited about it.
Council, any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you, McCall, for being here. Thank you for tolerating us not loving that you live in District 2.
Thank you.
You do not need to be present. You will be on the consent agenda, and when we approve that this evening, then your board service will start. So thank you for your willingness to serve.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
All right, we will move to Seth Brown for an appointment to the Cultural Core Finance Committee. Seth, how are you? Same thing, just a moment or two to introduce yourself and your interest in this sort of service.
First, I appreciate y'all taking the time to consider this, especially with the huge items on the agenda later this evening. Best of luck to all of you. With that said, my name is Seth Brown. I was born and raised in the Marmalade neighborhood. There we go. Before moving to Washington, D.C. to study philosophy and art at Georgetown University. I've since moved back. I'm now in District 4. Moved in with my beautiful girlfriend back there. Got to get the brownie points when I can. But my day job, I'm a designer and creative strategist. But I think the job that's more pertinent to this role is I've worked with a nonprofit called Alleyways Amplified for the past 3 years. And so what we've done is we've hosted and planned a community-based fashion and music event at the Eccles Theater the past 2 years, and we're planning to move forward with it again this next year. I think a lot of the mission and goal that I've tried to establish working with Alleyways Amplified actually directly aligns with the Cultural Core Finance Committee, the work that the Blocks does, the work that the Downtown Alliance does, in the sense of enhancing the vibrancy of downtown Salt Lake and especially platforming and giving an opportunity to underrepresented emerging creatives in the city. And so we've done that through our fashion show, and my work with Alleyways Amplified is what introduced me to the Cultural Core Finance Committee. And I'm just honored and privileged to be here nominated for this position in front of you all to be able to contribute to this city, to the cultural and creative community that I love and try to support. And again, I just appreciate you all considering this nomination tonight.
All right, Council, any comments?
Well, first off, very grateful to have you in District 4.
Yes.
And I love your background, so thank you for sharing that with me, as well as your ability and your eagerness to serve your city. As you know, in District 4, we're growing rapidly, so having your voice and expressions are going to be necessary for determining future projects, design, and discourse in the city. So thank you for being willing to serve your city at this capacity.
Thank you.
At the same time, if you wanted to move back to District 3, that would be okay too. Because just saying that, if you did, still love to have you, and so glad to have your perspective on both districts, really bringing that to bear on this committee. So thank you.
Thank you.
I come from the arts and humanities world, and I love the nexus of people who can do that creative thinking, envisioning the better world that we all want, and also figure out how to pay for it, keep it sustainable and viable. And it's a really important nexus where possibility and reality are engaged fully. So I just kind of want to hang out with you if you have that skill set, because I think it's really admirable. But thank you for being willing to give that unique and valuable skill set to the city, to volunteer your time. We don't take for granted what you do when you sign up for things like this. So you two will be on the consent agenda, so you don't have to be present, but when we vote to approve the consent agenda, your term will start, and we're so thankful for your service.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, and then we're going to culminate with appointments tonight to the library board with District 1's favorite, Polina Konakova. Polina, you know the drill now, so we'll turn the time over to you. Is the green light on? Push the button at the bottom. Is it on now?
Hello? I know it's very powerful, so I
There you
want to
go.
be careful. Okay. And is it okay if I just read something that I prepared? I just feel safer that way.
My name is Polina Konichkova, and it is a privilege to be sitting in front of you today and be considered to serve on the board of the Salt Lake City Library System. I have experience in education and lends itself to being an effective advocate for our libraries, including a Master of Business Administration from University of Utah, over 17 years of experience in project management, process improvement, and leading change, and longstanding commitment to my communities through my volunteering. I was born in Russia, and I was a frequent visitor of my neighborhood library there. When I moved to the United States with my family at the age of 12, I was introverted and not able to speak English. And my new neighborhood library became my safe space. So that's where really I learned how to, sorry, I'm passionate about this, can I? That's points, right? But that's where it really was my safe space, and the friendly librarians helped me pick out the right books, helped me sign up for the right programs, for the reading programs, and really helped me integrate into the community. I promised myself I wasn't gonna do this, it's fine. Okay. Now that I serve on my neighborhood council and our meetings are hosted by our very own Day Riverside Library branch, it's bringing neighbors together. Our libraries serve both individuals and communities, bridge our past and our future, help us grow our knowledge and expand our minds. As a direct beneficiary of our libraries and as someone who strongly believes in more library access for more people would make our community stronger, it would be an honor to serve on the board of the Salt Lake City Library System. Thank you.
Thank you, Polina. Council?
It's great. I laughed, I cried. 5 pounds.
I'm a crier. It's, you know, gotta bring authentic selves.
Thank
I said this earlier, Polina might be the greatest argument ever for keeping the community council system alive, because as long as I go to community council, I know I'm gonna see Polina once a month, and she is passionate and always one of those people who's able to, even in the face of difficulties, keep an optimistic outlook and want to build together instead of just complain about what hasn't been done. So, Polina, you've made my term serving more wonderful. I can't wait to see what you'll do when you're over at the library.
Thank you.
So we'll vote on you as well tonight.
Awesome.
When we vote, your term will start. And thank you so much for being willing to serve.
Thank you. And by the way, Victoria will vouch, it's the first time I'm actually crying. So I've survived many meetings without it.
They were smiling and laughing
Usually
together.
we're smiling, and I'm still smiling. These are tears of progress made. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Polina. All right, with that, we'll move to report of the chair and vice chair. Vice chair, anything? And nothing from me. Executive director?
Sorry. Yep, just one quick announcement. We wanted to make sure that the council is aware that the Planning Division website has been updated along with the information sheets on the 6 proposed mixed-use zones that are being consolidated. You guys had a recent briefing on that, and the information has been updated since that most recent briefing. So if you want the latest information, go to the Planning Division's website.
All right, thank you. With that, we are at the end of our agenda. Formal session begins at 7. We are adjourned until then.